we will have a very successful session. The group takes this opportunity to convey its special thanks to the outgoing President, Her Excellency Ambassador Deborah Lepre, Permanent Representative of Italy and a member of the Bureau for their commendable work, and to the Secretariat for the organization of this conference. The group would like to recognize the effort of the government and people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the warm welcome and hospitality and excellent facilities extended to make our work and stay in Riyadh fruitful and comfortable. The group congratulates Dr. Gerd Müller for his appointment as Director General of UNIDO for a second term. The group expresses its appreciation for his leadership and outstanding efforts during his first term of office. Dr. Gerd Müller has guided the organization with his dynamic leadership and has enhanced the support for the Organization for Developing Countries in realizing inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Moreover, UNIDO has succeeded in increasing the technical cooperation delivery remarkably and has explored new avenues for resource mobilization to ensure the sustainable work of the organization. The group is certain that Dr. Müller's re-election will provide an opportunity for the organization to further benefit from his meritorious skills and looks forward to further support for developing countries to be enhanced. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Our next speech is from the African Group, His Excellency Mr. Yacoub Sisi, Permanent Representative of Côte d'Ivoire to UNIDO.
Mr. President, on behalf of the African Group, I would like to congratulate you on your election as the Minister of, I would like to congratulate you, Your Excellency Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al-Korayev, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on your election as President of the 25th session of the UNIDO General Conference, as the organization celebrates its 59th anniversary. The group would like to assure you of its full support. The African groups take this opportunity to express its appreciation for the efforts of the outgoing President of the 20th General Conference, Her Excellency Ambassador Deborah Lepre, Permanent Representative of Italy, as well as her Bureau, and further extend its appreciation to Mr. Gerd Müller, Director General of UNIDO, and the entire UNIDO Secretariat for the excellent arrangement in preparing for this conference. The African Group aligned itself with a statement delivered by His Excellency Ambassador Azzedine Farhan, Permanent Representative of Morocco, on behalf of Group of 77 and China. The African Group acknowledges also the effort of the government and people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their warm hospitality and excellent facilities extended to make our work and stay in Saudi Arabia fruitful and comfortable. The African Group congratulates Dr. Gerd Müller for his reappointment as Director General of UNIDO for a second term. The group expresses its appreciation for his leadership and outstanding effort throughout the past 4 years, which has strengthened UNIDO's roles in advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development, particularly for Africa. He has prioritized critical areas such as industrialization, job creation, market access, food security, climate action, digital transformation, and sustainable supply chain, which directly support Africa's development ambition. The African Group also commends Dr. Müller for significantly increasing technical cooperation delivery in Africa and broadening resources mobilization, ensuring UNIDO's financial sustainability despite global financial constraints. His leadership has integrated Africa's priorities into UNIDO strategies, such as UNIDO Strategy for Africa, and supported Africa and industrialization through the third industrial development decade for Africa and the preparation for IDDA 4. The African Group encouraged the Director General to exert more effort to realize equitable geographical representation within UNIDO Secretariat, ensuring that qualified African professionals are better represented at all levels, particularly at senior positions. In conclusion, the African Group reiterates its steadfast commitment to continue supporting UNIDO's works and endeavors in the years to come. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And just a note, please, just for efficiency, for the next speakers, if you can give your speech from your own seat at the floor. Our next speaker is from West European and other group, His Excellency Mr. Roberto Bacchi, Ambassador of Malta to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Western European and Others Group, I would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Director General Dr. Gerald Mueller on his reappointment. We welcome the conference's decision and offer our best wishes for his second mandate. The group looks forward to deepening our constructive partnership with UNIDO under the Director General's leadership. Together, we remain committed to advancing inclusive, innovative, and sustainable industrial development that is resilient, adaptable, and future-proof. We are confident that the Director General will advance the important management reforms already underway, ensuring UNIDO remains both effective and efficient in fulfilling its mandate. We particularly value the Director General's commitment to meaningful engagement with the membership through open dialogue and regular meetings with the regional groups. We look forward to continuing these exchanges. In closing, the group reaffirms its strong support to continue the important work of UNIDO. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I call for the next speaker, group from Latin America and Caribbean states, Her Excellency Mrs. Elena Maria Frejain Milor, Permanent Representative of Honduras for the UNIDO.
Thank you, Mr. President. We congratulate, GRULAC congratulates Mr. Gerd Müller on his re-election as Director General of UNIDO, and we express our thanks for the management over these last 4 years. During your first mandate, Mr. Müller, you led the organization with a vision that focused on strengthening UNIDO's support for developing countries in their efforts to make progress towards inclusive and sustainable industrial development. GRULAC values the efforts and the commitment of the Director General to bring the organization closer to the specific needs of Latin America and the Caribbean through a greater presence on the ground and through modernizing the platforms for technical cooperation. Mr. Director General Grulak is confident that with your election or your re-election, there will be a redoubling of attention and cooperation with the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean through the regional program and in line with the priorities identified by the region and contributing to building strategic alliances and mobilizing resources. And finally, you can count, Mr. Director General, on the support of our region in carrying out your mandate to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development for the benefit of all members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And our next speaker is His Excellency Mohammed Ibrahim Nasser, Permanent Representative to the UNIDO, speaking on behalf of the League of Arab States.
Mr. President, Your Excellency, Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khuraif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Allow me, on behalf of the Arab Group, to extend my deepest congratulations to you, sir, on the occasion of your re-election as Director General. I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the 21st General Conference of UNIDO. We are fully confident in your able leadership, and you can count on our support. We would like to seize this occasion to also extend our deepest gratitude to the outgoing President, Madam Ambassador Deborah Liberi, Permanent Representative of Italy, and also the members of the Bureau. We should like to thank the Secretariat for the organization of this conference. We should also like to thank the government and people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its generous welcome and excellent hospitality in order to make our work here fruitful and our stay at the Kingdom pleasant. Mr. President, we align ourselves with the statement given on behalf of G77 and China by His Excellency Ambassador Azzeddine Farhan, Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of Morocco. Our group congratulates Mr. Gerd Müller on his re-election for a second term as Director General of this organization, of UNIDO. Our group extends its appreciation to his leadership and able efforts throughout the past 4 years. His mandate at the helm of this organization has contributed to increasing the support provided by this organization to developing states in order to achieve inclusive and sustainable industrial development, including for Arab states. Throughout Mr. Müller's first term, UNIDO achieved notable progress in mobilizing necessary support for technical cooperation projects. It also kept abreast with the current and emerging challenges. It also contributed to creating more job opportunities, access to markets, food security, climate action, sustainable supply chains, and others. We are fully confident that the re-election of Mr. Müller will allow this organization a new opportunity to further achieve successes in support of sustainable growth and developing states. Thank you.
Our next speaker is representative from China, Mr. Yuan Zhoming, Assistant Minister of Ministry of Commerce.
Mr. President, China congratulates Mr. Gerd Müller on his reappointment as DG of UNIDO. We appreciate Mr. Müller's determination to implement reforms for more efficiency, remarkable achievements in such areas as technical cooperation, standards improvement and partnership building, and great contribution to advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development for member states in his first term. In particular, UNIDO's project implementation rate has doubled under DG Müller's leadership, giving a boost to the organization's global influence. As we speak, unilateralism and protectionism are on the rise, and the UN is advancing the UN 80 initiative. It is hoped that Mr. Müller continues to uphold true multilateralism, forge ahead in a pragmatic and efficient manner, and advance result-oriented cooperation in his second term to help member states enhance industrial development capacity. China will continue to support the work of Mr. Müller and UNIDO. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is representative of Japan, His Excellency Mr. Koaf Atsushi, Permanent Representative for the UNIDO.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, please allow me to start my remark with extending my warmest congratulations to Your Excellency, Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al-Khalayev, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on your election as President of the General Conference. Please be assured of Japan's full support throughout this conference. Our sincere thanks also go to Her Excellency Ms. Deborah Lepre, Ambassador of Italy, outgoing President, and your Bureau members for your dedicated service. Dear Director General Dr. Gerd Müller, Japan warmly congratulates you on your reappointment. Over the course of your first term, we, Japan and UNIDO, have witnessed the ever-deepening partnership between us under your strong lead and under your strong and visionary leadership. We look forward to working with you for further developments of the organization. Japan expresses its continued and unwavering support for you, Dr. Müller, as you embark on your second term as Director General. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Our next speaker is the representative of the Russian Federation, Mr. Sansvali Yankovist, Trade Representative of the Russian Federation in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Mr. President, my country aligns itself with the congratulations to the Director General of UNIDO on his re-election for this responsible position. We highly appreciate the efforts made by Mr. Müller over the past 4 years to strengthen the organization, its authority, and its financial stability, and the development of assistance for developing countries within technical cooperation projects. We thank the Director General for the joint work for sustainable industrialization at a global scale, and we appreciate his measured approach to matters of management of UNIDO. Russia is in favor of maintaining, for this important organization, the status of a non-politicized technical platform within the UN development system. We consider that this will continue to be expressed in a commitment to balanced dialogue and adherence to the limits of the mandate of this specialized body when it comes to sector discussions and projects. We trust that there will be continued fruitful cooperation between Russia and the Director General personally and with the organization as a whole as an active member state and responsible donor. We wish Mr. Müller the greatest success in his important mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is representative of Sudan, Her Excellency Mrs. Mahasin Ali Yaqub Nuzul, Minister of Industry and Trade.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. اسمحوا لي.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to convey to you the excuses of Her Excellency Minister of Industry and Commerce for not being able to be here due to a health emergency. Your Excellency, Mr. Al-Khurayev, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, allow me at the outset to extend our deepest congratulations to you on your election to preside over the 21st session of the General Conference of UNIDO. We should also like to congratulate the members of your Bureau. We assure you of our full support to you and to your Bureau in your mandate as President of the conference. We should also like to extend our deepest gratitude to Her Excellency Ambassador Deborah Lepre, Permanent Representative of Italy and outgoing President of this conference, for their strenuous efforts exerted throughout the past 2 years. Mr. President, on behalf of Sudan, its government and its people, I should like to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller, UNIDO General Director, on his re-election for a second term at the helm of this organization. I would like to also seize this occasion to thank him for the efforts he exerted throughout the past 4 years, especially in terms of focusing on industrial recovery for post-conflict countries or conflict-ridden countries, including in particular Sudan. He also allocated a great deal of importance to building partnerships, attracting new partners, and also strengthening UNIDO's partnership with the private sector. Mr. President, Mr. Director General, we look forward to more cooperation during the second mandate of Mr. Gerd Müller at the helm of this organization through the formulation and implementation of the Recovery of Sudan project, which will be adopted soon. In conclusion, we should like to assure you, Mr. Müller, of our full support and readiness to cooperate with you in the upcoming period so as to best serve inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you, Mr. President.
Shukran.
Thank you.
Speaker is the President of Egypt, Her Excellency Mrs. Manal Awad Abu Ghaith, Minister of Local Development.
سيد الرئيس معالي الأستاذ
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al-Khurayef, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I should like to express our deepest gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, its leadership and its people for its generous welcome and warm hospitality, and for all the preparations that it has put in place to host the 21st conference of UNIDO. We would also like to congratulate you, Mr. Al-Khurayef, on your election to preside over this session of UNIDO's General Conference. We are fully confident in your able presidency and leadership, and we are fully confident that you will allow us to go towards more outcomes, more results, so as to best achieve sustainable and inclusive development in developing states. I would also like to thank the outgoing President, Her Excellency Ambassador Deborah Libre, Permanent Representative of Italy, and the members of the Bureau for their excellent work. We are very grateful also to the Secretariat for its efforts in organizing the sittings of this conference. Mr. President, the Republic of Egypt aligns itself with the statements of the G77 in China, the African Group, and the Arab Group. We congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller on the occasion of his re-election as Director General of this organization. We commend his extensive efforts during his first term in order to enhance the organization's contribution to supporting developing states through the achievement of inclusive and sustainable industrial development, including for the Republic of Egypt. Egypt is very grateful to the achievements made by UNIDO under Mr. Müller's first term, especially in terms of enhancing technical cooperation and increased flexibility in responding to emerging challenges for industrial development in developing states. Egypt is fully confident that the re-election of Mr. Müller will give this organization a new opportunity to pursue more achievements and progress so as to best serve the priorities of developing states. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, ma'am. I give the floor now to the next speaker.
His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Arkab, Minister of State, Minister of Hydrocarbon and Mines.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بسم الله.
Thank you, President. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, Excellency, I have the pleasure to congratulate you, Your Excellency, Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al-Khurayef, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, upon your election President of the current session. We wish to convey our thanks to you, our sincere thanks to you for this generous hospitality. Equally, we wish to convey our sincere congratulations to Mr. Gerd Müller upon his re-election Director General of the UNIDO, a reappointment that was well-deserved. He proved that during his first term, he proved beyond doubt the depth of strategic view that he has through his experience, new look and new vision, which strengthened the role of the UNIDO as a principal partner in the attainment of the SDGs, particularly Goal 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Despite the major challenges our world is faced with today, including an increased number of crises, geopolitical conflicts, climate change, a widening digital gap. Nonetheless, we are fully confident that Your Excellency, Director General, will be yet again successful in overcoming the difficulties owing to your long experience and owing to the support of your very able staff, talented staff, and owing to the will that moves you towards achieving the goals of this organization. On our side, we are fully ready to work alongside you to further enhance the role of UNIDO alongside other member states to face joint challenges and to pave the way for a more sustainable industrial future. Thank you.
Shukran.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is a representative of Morocco, His Excellency Mr. Raed Mazrour, Minister of Industry and Trade.
Shukran.
Thank you, President. I wish to convey my congratulations to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this excellent and very generous hospitality. I wish to continue in English, if you allow me.
Gerd, congratulations, herzlichen Glückwunsch. On the behalf of my delegation, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, dear Gerd, on your unanimously re-election. Indeed, your reappointment reflects the confidence member states have in your leadership and in your action for an inclusive and sustainable industrial development. During your previous mandate, you led our organization with purpose and clarity by strengthening its role in promoting innovation, clean technologies, and resilient industrial growth, especially for developing countries, and thank you for that. Your endeavors have helped to ensure that industrial development contributes meaningfully to clean energy, global sustainability, and shared prosperity. Your re-election recognizes these achievements and the trust that the international community places in your leadership to meet today's pressing challenges, from climate change to fight to hunger to digital transformation, and to continue delivering tangible results for member states. We look forward to fully supporting you on this new mandate and to working together toward a more inclusive, green, and resilient world for a more prosperous future for all. Thank you very much. Herzlichen Glückwunsch and viel Glück.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And to our next speaker, representative of Palestine, His Excellency Mr. Arafat Asfar, Minister of Industry.
President, Excellency, Mr. Bender bin Ibrahim Al Khurayef, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Allow me at the outset on behalf of the State of Palestine to convey my congratulations upon your election to the presidency of the 21st session of the General Conference of UNIDO. We wish you all success at the helm of this current General Conference and assure you of our full cooperation with you to reach a successful outcome. I seize this opportunity to express my appreciation to the President of the 20th session, Ambassador Lepre, Permanent Representative of Italy. I thank her staff for excellent efforts during the previous term. Equally, I seize this opportunity to convey my thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the very generous hospitality. President, on behalf of the State of Palestine and its delegation participating in this General Conference, I wish to convey my sincere congratulations to Mr. Müller for having garnered the confidence of the membership in a second term at the helm of UNIDO. In recognition of his efforts and in support of the assistance UNIDO provides to its membership, and particularly developing countries on the path of industrial development, particularly the State of Palestine, which will culminate through the signing of a partnership agreement with UNIDO during the current General Conference. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Our next speaker is the representative of Iraq, His Excellency Mr. Khalid Battal Al-Najm, Minister of Industry and Minerals.
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, thank you, President. This delegation wishes to convey on behalf of the Republic of Iraq its congratulations to you upon your election to the presidency of the 21st session of the General Conference. Equally, we congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller upon his re-election as Director General of UNIDO. We wish you, sir, all success in your endeavors at the helm of the organization during the upcoming period. We are fully confident that you are more than able to shoulder the responsibility and to continue bolstering the role of the organization under contemporary global challenges. We are fully committed in our support to the Director General and the staff of the organization and their contribution in the implementation of the strategic vision, particularly in favor of developing countries, including inclusive and sustainable industrial development and the attainment of the 2030 Agenda. Equally, we wish to thank our brothers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the excellent preparation and hospitality, and wish you all success. Thank you.
Shukran.
Thank you.
Speaker is a representative of Mozambique, His Excellency Mr. Basilo Zifantas Bohati, Minister of Economy.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Government of Republic of Mozambique, led by President Daniel Chapo, I would like to congratulate Your Excellency, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on your election as President of this session. The Government of Mozambique extends the congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on your reappointment as Director General of UNIDO for second term. We express our sincere appreciation for your dedication and leadership through which the projects implemented by UNIDO in support of LDCs such as Mozambique have achieved a remarkable degree of viability, ensuring that no nation is left behind. We wish you every success in the second term to which you have been reappointed. We express our confidence that you will continue to play a fundamental role in advancing inclusive and sustainable industrialization. Your leadership remains essential to fostering a more just, inclusive, and resilient future. In conclusion, we extend best wishes for your continued success. Wish you the best. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is the representative of Kenya, His Excellency Mr. Lee Kinyajwa, Cabinet Secretary of Investment, Trade and Industry.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the onset, Kenya congratulates you, Your Excellency Bedin bin Ibrahim Al Haroyif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on your election as President of the 21st session of the UNIDO General Conference. We assure you of our delegation's full support. Kenya aligns itself with the statements delivered on behalf of the African Group and the Group of 77 in China, and wishes to offer the following remarks in its national capacity. On behalf of the Government of Kenya, I extend our sincere appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this important session of the UNIDO General Conference. Kenya congratulates Dr. Gerd Muller on his reappointment for a second term as Director General. We commend his strong leadership over the past 4 years, which has significantly advanced inclusive and sustainable industrial development, particularly across Africa. His emphasis on industrialization, job creation, food security, climate action, digital transformation, and sustainable supply chains has strengthened UNIDO's impact and relevance. Kenya encourages Dr. Muller to continue driving this transformative agenda with renewed ambition, ensuring that UNIDO remains a key partner in supporting development countries to build resilient, competitive, and sustainable industries. We are confident that his second term will deliver even greater progress for member states. In closing, Kenya affirms its commitment to working with UNIDO and all partners in advancing SID, achieve the SDGs, and build a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable industrial future for Africa and the world. Kenya's industrial development is aligned with UNIDO's inclusive, sustainable industrial development agenda, operationalizing it through the national blueprints like the Vision 2030 to drive inclusive, job-intensive growth. Our focus is on sustainable and green industrialization and enhancing economic competitiveness and innovations across key value chains such as agro-processing and textile. We have also aligned the special economic zones to attract key industries in automotive, pharmaceutical, and logistics, among others. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you. Our next speaker is the representative of Lebanon, His Excellency Mr. Joe Isa Al-Khouri, Minister of Industry.
Thank you. On behalf of the government of Lebanon, I would like to congratulate Your Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim Al-Khouri for your election as President of the Global Summit. Also, our congratulations go to Dr. Gerd Muller for the renewal of your mandate as Director General. This renewal is a trust in your outstanding leadership. Allow me a quick personal message. 40 years ago, I came to Riyadh as a freshly graduate engineer, thanks to the generosity of Saudi Arabia, who welcomed all young Lebanese who were looking for a job not available in a war-torn country. 40 years later, I come to Riyadh to witness the impressive transformation and evolution that took place in this vibrant and shining Riyadh. Thank you, Saudi Arabia, for hosting us many decades ago and for hosting the world in this global summit. And kudos to UNIDO for your global reach. Keep it up.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Our next speaker is the representative of Bulgaria, Mr. Nikolai Pavlov, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. President. I congratulate Your Excellency for your election as President of the 21st session of the General Conference. It is my pleasure and honor also to extend our warmest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Muller on his reappointment as Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Under his leadership, we have witnessed strong results in the work of the organization, as demonstrated in its annual report for 2024, including the notable increase of UNIDO's technical cooperation delivery and the mobilization of voluntary funds. I would like to confirm Bulgaria's support to UNIDO and look forward to continue our cooperation under the leadership of Dr. Müller in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development as the essential engine for building resilient economies, fostering green transitions, and creating inclusive jobs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Our next representative is representative of Austria. Our next speaker is representative of Austria, Mr. Nicolas Markschik, Secretary General of Foreign Affairs at the Federal Ministry of European and International Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and please let me first congratulate you, President, upon your election of our conference and assure you and your team of our full support. On the re-election of the Director General of UNIDO, as you all are very well aware, Austria is host country to UNIDO since 1979, so 46, nearly 50 years. Therefore, it is extremely important to us to have a head of the organization who is a positive, a successful, and a reliable partner. So we therefore very warmly welcome the re-election of Dr. Gerd Müller as Director General and wish you all the best on your second term. And if you let me express some words in the native language of the Director General, lieber Gerd, herzliche Glückwünsche zu deiner Wiederwahl, alles Gute zu deiner zweiten Amtsperiode und ich freue mich auf dich und deine Familie auf weitere 4 Jahre in Wien. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is representative of Indonesia, Mr. Faisal Riza, Vice Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, His Excellency Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khurayev, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And then Indonesia congratulates Dr. Gerd Müller for his reappointment as Director General of UNIDO for a second term, recognizing his leadership and efforts throughout the past 4 years, including in fully implementing UNIDO mandate and improving its governance as well as significantly increasing technical cooperation delivery. My delegation looks forward to more achievement by UNIDO in the years to come, including in the enhancement of support for developing countries. Thank you. Shukran lakum.
Thank you. Our next speaker is representative of Ukraine, Mr. Andrea Tilipa, Deputy Minister of Economy, Environmental Protection and Agriculture.
Hello, Your Excellency, Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Müller, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me today to greet the participant of 21st UNIDO General Conference on behalf of the government of Ukraine. And Your Excellency, Director General Müller, first and foremost, on behalf of Ukraine, allow me to sincerely congratulate you on your confirmation for the next 4-year term. Your strategic leadership and unwavering dedication to the cause of UNIDO are a guarantee of success. We count on the continuation of our well-established practice of strong and trusted partnership in the reconstruction and modernization of Ukrainian industry. Together with UNIDO, we have a great program on green industrial recovery of Ukraine, and we want to expand our cooperation. For Ukraine, which is currently fighting for its freedom and whose industrial infrastructure is subjected to the enemy's deliberate attacks, The themes of such summit as investment, artificial intelligence, and the future generations are of strategic importance. And our presence here confirms we are not only recovering, but are also contributing our experience of resilience to the global agenda. Thank you all for such attention, and let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, we have a lot of big list of speakers, so we will have to pause for now and convene after lunch. But before that, I would like to I will switch to Arabic. حضرات المندوبين الموقرين قبل أن نأخذ استراحة يسرني أن ألفت انتباهكم إلى المعرض الذي ينظم بمناسبة انعقاد هذا المؤتمر العام، ويسلط المعرض الضوء على عمل منظمة اليونيدو وتعاونها مع الدول الأعضاء والقطاع الخاص وشركاء التنمية، ويعرض حلولا مبتكرة تسهم في التنمية الصناعية.
Thank you. We are grateful to UNIDO for guaranteeing sustainable and industrial development. This exhibition will also show initiatives undertaken by Saudi Arabia in line with the Vision 2030 plan and will focus on environmental sustainability and industrial development. That shows our desire to build a competitive economy based on developing international partnerships. Thanks to these efforts, Saudi Arabia will be using technology for development and hopes to see innovation guaranteeing sustainable development for the future. This exhibition will also be the venue for the UNIDO One World Sustainability Award ceremony starting at 6 p.m. in the plenary hall today. I warmly encourage all delegates to attend these events to discover innovative solutions for sustainable and responsible business worldwide, as well as to continue our exchanges in an informal setting and explore the inspiring displays on view. I would also like to remind the members of the General Committee, the vice presidents and the nominees for the main committee to join me in the main committee hall at 2:30 p.m. for the first meeting of the General Committee. A report on the recommendations of the General Committee will be presented tomorrow during the morning plenary starting at 10 a.m. I would also like to remind concerned delegates that an informal meeting of the Credentials Committee will take place at 2:30 today in Breakout Room 1 in parallel to the General Committee meeting. We will resume the general debate at 3 p.m. in this room and via the public live stream available on UN Web TV. I now invite the high-level dignitaries and heads of delegations to join me for the lunch hosted by the Director General and myself. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
Good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I call to order the second plenary meeting of the 21st.
طاب عصركم. أعلن افتتاح الجلسة العامة الثانية في إطار الدورة 21 للمؤتمر العام، ويسعدني أن أزف إليكم أن المكتب قد اختتم أول اجتماعاته، وسوف يعرض على المؤتمر تقرير بالمخرجات والتوصيات التي خلص إليها المكتب في الجلسة العامة الثالثة صباح الغد. غير أنني أود أن أسترعي انتباهكم إلى أن المكتب قد وافق على أن يوصي بأن المهلة المحددة لتقديم مشاريع المقررات والقرارات الجديدة ستكون يوم الاثنين القادم 24 من نوفمبر في تمام 1:15 بعد الظهر. كذلك فقد أوصت
on Tuesday, 25 November. Further details concerning the organization of work for this session will be provided tomorrow morning. Allow me to provide an outlook for the program of the coming days of our conference. Starting tomorrow, this Global Industry Summit will dedicate 3 days to key themes at the heart of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. On Monday, we will explore how investment and partnership will shape the future of industrialization with artificial intelligence as a game changer. On Tuesday, we will turn our attention to women's role in the future of industry and economy. And on Wednesday, we will highlight how youth embody generation future, bringing inspiration and innovation to tomorrow's industry. A comprehensive program of side events and special engagements will be taking place throughout the venue, providing opportunities to exchange ideas, showcase innovation, and strengthen cooperation across regions and sectors. 4 featured events constituting the Forum on Industrial Development Issues will take place in the form of high-level, interactive discussions. Tomorrow morning, from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m., we will begin with an event exploring how global value chains are being reshaped and how investment strategies can foster trade in a transforming global economy. In the afternoon, from 4 to 5:30, we will continue with a discussion on ways to mobilize financial resources to support industrial development in middle-income countries. On Tuesday morning, at 11:30 a.m., we will host a session highlighting how women's leadership can drive industrial transformation and contribute to a more sustainable future. And on Wednesday at 2:30 p.m., we will look ahead to the future of industrialization, presenting UNIDO's Vision 2050 and introducing the forthcoming Industrial Development Report 2026. Delegates can easily access the full program of events, which is available on the conference website and mobile application Swapcard. This conference has been designed not only as a forum for debate, but also as a networking platform to foster investment opportunities and partnerships. I encourage you to make full use of the conference application to connect with fellow participants. The app enables delegates to arrange meetings directly with representatives of governments, the private sector, academia, youth, and other development partners. It is a powerful tool to ensure that ideas discussed here are translated into concrete collaboration. I strongly encourage all delegates to take full advantage of this rich and dynamic program and to actively participate in shaping the outcomes of the Global Industry Summit 2025. Before we resume our work, I wish to remind all delegates that the UNIDO One World Sustainability Award ceremony will take place in the plenary hall at 6 p.m. here. It will be directly followed by a reception hosted by the Director General and myself, taking place at the exhibition conference. I warmly encourage you to participate in both of those engagements and look forward to seeing many of you there. We will now return to the list of speakers for the congratulatory statements on the appointment of Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Müller. I would like to ask you to please keep in mind to limit your interventions to a maximum of 2 minutes for groups and 1 minute for member states. I have the pleasure of giving the floor to the next speaker on my list, and this is the distinguished permanent representative to UNIDO from Ghana. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Ghana warmly congratulates Dr. Gerd Müller, Director General of the IAEA, on his reappointment as Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. His renewed mandate is a clear testament to the truth and confidence that member states place in his leadership and in the strategic direction that he continues to provide for the organization. Distinguished Excellencies, over the past years, the Director General, Dr. Gerd Müller, has steered UNIDO with purpose and clarity, advancing its role as a champion of inclusive and sustainable industrialization, strengthening partnerships across regions, and positioning the organization to better support member states in navigating the green and digital transitions. Ghana looks forward to working closely with the Director General during his new term, particularly in the implementation of the Africa Strategy 2026 to 2029, the successor framework to IDDA 3, and in deepening cooperation under Ghana's own national priorities, including the 24-hour economy agenda, green industrialization, youth and women's economic empowerment. We reaffirm Ghana's firm support to Dr. Gerd Müller as Director General of the UNIDO and to UNIDO's mandate as we collectively strive to build resilient, competitive, and sustainable industrial ecosystems that deliver opportunities for all. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency the Ambassador of Poland to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, Mr. Director General, I would like to warmly congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller on his re-election to second fourth-year term as Director General of UNIDO. Poland looks forward to continued close cooperation and strengthening of relations towards the common goal of supporting inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The Polish government will continue to fully support UNIDO's future activities and initiatives. I wish you good luck, Mr. Director General. Ma tawfiq wa najah wa shukran.
Thank you for your statement, Excellency. The next speaker on my list is Her Excellency Deborah Lepre, Permanent Representative to UNIDO from Italy. You have the floor, Madam.
Madam President, thank you. In my
national capacity, let me begin by extending also, in my Italian national capacity, our warmest congratulations to Mr. Gerd Müller on the renewal of his mandate. Italy is pleased to reaffirm its strong and enduring commitment to UNIDO, its mission, its mandate, and its vision. We are convinced that this can only be fully realized through our shared efforts and collective determination. Italy has long supported Director General Mueller in his work to modernize and strengthen the organization. At a time marked by uncertainty and growing pressure on multilateral cooperation, this work is more important than ever. Through initiatives aimed at improving efficiency, enhancing impact, and ensuring the responsible use of resources, the Director General has responded proactively to the broader reform needs across the UN system. His re-election for a second term testifies to the confidence that Member States place in his leadership and in the course he has set. It also ensures valuable continuity at a particularly delicate moment. Italy looks forward to continuing its excellent cooperation with UNIDO and with all Member States. We remain fully committed to supporting future initiatives and to further strengthening our joint engagement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency, the Ambassador of Angola to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You have the floor, Excellency.
Madam Vice President, esteemed Director General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Government of the Republic of Angola, allow me to congratulate His Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Korayev, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on his election as President of the 21st session of the UNIDO General Conference, as well as the other members of the Bureau. We wish you all success in this always challenging task. I'd also take this opportunity to thank Her Excellency Deborah Lepp, former President, for the work carried out personally and with her team during her tenure on this previous session of General Conference. We align ourselves with statements delivered by the African Group and the Group of 77 and China. Dear President, on this occasion, we have also the honor to express our warmest congratulations to Mr. Gerd Müller on his well-deserved re-election as Director General of UNIDO. His first term demonstrated exceptional leadership, prioritizing critical areas for Africa, such as industrialization, job creation, and climate action. We have witnessed his commitment to strengthening UNIDO's collaboration with our continent. We wish him an excellent second term and express our confidence that his re-election will enable UNIDO to deepen its support to African industrial development. In this regard, we call upon UNIDO to continue to prioritize and intensify the mobilization of resources and partnerships for the successful implementation of industrialization projects in Africa, particularly within the framework of our program for country partnership. In closing, I'd like to underline that Angola reiterates its firm commitment to continue strengthening ties with the various areas of UNIDO and working together to achieve our common goals and objectives. Thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you for your contribution, Excellency. The next speaker on my list is Her Excellency, the Permanent Representative to UNIDO from Thailand. You have the floor, Excellency.
Madam Vice President, distinguished delegates, Thailand wishes to extend its sincere congratulations to His Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khorayef, Minister of Industries and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and all new Bureau members on the elections of this General Conference. We are sure of our full cooperation toward a successful outcome of this session. We also wish to express our appreciation to the outgoing President, Her Excellency Ms. Deborah Delipre of Italy for her dedicated work. Thailand also extends its warmest congratulations to Mr. Gerd Müller on his reappointment as Director General of UNIDO. His leadership and commitment to inclusive and sustainable development will provide much needed continuity of the organization at this critical juncture. We are confident that the UNIDO will continue to deliver tangible and impactful support, particularly in the areas of capacity building, innovation, green and sustainable industry, to enable the member states in achieving resilient and sustainable development. We stand ready to work closely with UNIDO and all member states to build a sustainable and inclusive industrial future. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement, Excellency. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency, the Permanent Representative to UNIDO from Myanmar. You have the floor, Excellency.
Madam President, my delegation is pleased to congratulate Director General Mr. Gerd Müller on his well-deserved reappointment as Director General of UNIDO for the second term. Under his leadership, UNIDO has made great progress in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The Director General has focused on important priorities such as green and climate resilient industrialization, digital innovation, and stronger support for developing and least developed countries. His work in closing development gaps and building partnerships has strengthened UNIDO's role in achieving the 2030 agenda. Dear Director General, we appreciate your commitment to multilateralism and inclusive development and reassure you of our full support for your leadership in UNIDO. Myanmar looks forward to working closely with you and UNIDO in achieving ISD of Myanmar. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, Excellency. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency, the Permanent Representative to UNIDO from Oman. You have the floor, Excellency.
سعادة نائب الرئيسة، يسرنا أن نتقدم بخالص التهنئة إلى سعادة جيرد مولر بمناسبة إعادة تعيينه مديراً عاماً لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية، ونعرب عن تقديرنا للجهود التي يبذلها لتعزيز.
We would like to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller for his reappointment as Director General of UNIDO, and we would like to express our gratitude for his efforts towards achieving inclusive and sustainable industrial development for all, as well as the sustainable industrial development for 2030. Also, we look forward to cooperating with Mr. Gerd, the Director General of the UNIDO, and we stand ready to cooperate with the UNIDO. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your statement, Excellency. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency, the Ambassador of Colombia to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam. First of all, we would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the fabulous welcome and hospitality at this event. Director General Gerd Müller, Colombia aligns itself with the statement of GRULAC and G77 and China and commends you for your re-election in order to continue leading UNIDO with a vision focused on providing concrete and practical solutions to global challenges. These will contribute to a world free from hunger, supporting the use of clean energies for productive activities and fostering new employment through sustainable industrial development. In the same vein, in particular, we wish to underscore efforts in order to ensure that through consultation with member states, the medium-term program framework has been established for 2026 to 2029, which is the basis for consistent governance based on measurable, transparent results in keeping with the mandate of the organization. We equally hope that the reform of the United Nations system will in particular lead to greater, more predictable and flexible financing, which will enable UNIDO to mobilize more effective additional resources for complex projects of industrial transition and energy transition, which will help to close gaps and create more favorable partnerships for all. Congratulations and the best of success in this new term. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement, Excellency. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency, the Ambassador of Brazil to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to congratulate His Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khuraifi, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on his election as President of the 21st session of the General Conference. I also extend my congratulations to the other members of the Bureau. Additionally, I want to commend the government and people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this important event. I express Brazil's appreciation to the former President of the General Conference, Her Excellency Ambassador Deborah Lepre, Permanent Representative of Italy, as well as to the other outgoing members of the Bureau for their efforts in preparing for this session. Likewise, we thank the Secretariat for the excellent job in organizing this conference. Brazil aligns itself with the statement of the G77 and China, as well as the GRULAC, and I would like to make a few remarks in my national capacity. Madam President, esteemed delegates, Brazil would like to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller on his appointment for an additional term as Director General of UNIDO. Brazil fully supports his reappointment and takes this opportunity to reiterate our appreciation for his leadership and the efforts he has demonstrated over the past 4 years to enhance UNIDO's vital mission of advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Brazil is convinced that through his capable leadership, UNIDO will continue to enhance its technical cooperation, delivery, and explore new opportunities for resource mobilization in these challenging times for the UN development system. Rest assured, DJ Müller, that Brazil remains fully committed to supporting UNIDO's initiatives during your upcoming as the organizer's leaders. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for your statement. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency, the Permanent Representative to UNIDO from Namibia. Excellency, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving us the floor this afternoon. At the outset, I wish to congratulate His Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim for his election as President of the 21st session of the General Conference of UNIDO. Be rest assured of Namibia's cooperation and support. Madam President, let me also congratulate former President Ambassador Lepre of Italy and her Bureau for their sterling work in the past 2 years. Namibia aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of G77 China, as well as the statement delivered on behalf of the Africa Group. The Republic of Namibia wishes to extend its warmest congratulations to you, Dr. Gerard Muller, on your reappointment as Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Namibia commends you, Director General, for your steadfast commitment to advancing UNIDO's mandate on promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We are confident that under your leadership, the organization will continue to play a fundamental role in driving industrial transformation, fostering innovation, and supporting member states in achieving resilient and sustainable industrial growth. Namibia highly values its long-standing cooperation with UNIDO, which continues to make significant contributions to our national development priority and to Africa's broader industrialization agenda. We look forward to further strengthening our partnership with UNIDO under your stewardship as we collectively pursue the aspiration of Agenda 2030 and the African Union Agenda 2063. In conclusion, Madam President, Namibia remains fully committed to supporting UNIDO's work, both at national and regional level. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for your statement. The next delegation inscribed on the list of speakers is from Turkey. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Madam President, on behalf of Republic of the Turkey, I wish to extend our congratulations to Director General Dr. Gerd Müller on his reappointment of and to express our confidence in his continued leadership. We commend the Director General's unwavering dedication to advancing UNIDO's mandate through transformative and forward-looking initiatives that empower developing countries, reinforce industrial resilience, and accelerate the twin transition towards green and digital economies. In this regard, Turkey attaches the utmost importance to UNIDO's vital role in fostering industrial cooperation across regions. We are confident that his renewed stewardship will continue to strengthen UNIDO's effectiveness, ensuring that our collective pursuit of shared prosperity leaves no country and no community behind. Turkey reaffirms its steadfast commitment and full support to the organization in the fulfillment of the UNIDO's unifying mandate. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency, the Permanent Representative to UNIDO from Côte d'Ivoire. Floor is yours, Excellency.
Permettez-moi tout d'abord.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. First, allow me to express my gratitude to the outgoing President and the entire team for everything done over the course of that term. My delegation, furthermore, would like to thank the Secretariat for the outstanding preparation of this session. My delegation aligns itself with the statements made by the G77 in China and the African Group. We'd like to share the following in our national capacity. Madam Vice President, on behalf of my delegation, allow me to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller on his reappointment as Director General. This new term is illustration of the international community's trust in his forward-looking leadership and commitment to inclusive and sustainable industrialization. Madam, we have a particularly striking memory of his official visit to Abidjan, 3 to 4 April 2025, which demonstrated his commitment to our partnership and was a time to enhance cooperation and continue these projects so as to support the vision of industrial transformation. Rest assured, Director General, sir, that my country will always support your efforts to make UNIDO a key player in industrialization to serve its member states. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for your statement. The next speaker on my list is from the Permanent Mission to UNIDO from Armenia. Floor is yours, Madam.
Madam Vice President, at the outset, we congratulate Mr. Al-Khuraif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of Saudi Arabia, for presiding over the 21st session of the General Conference. Armenia extends its sincere congratulations to Director General Gerd Müller on his reappointment. Director General Müller's unwavering commitment to advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development remains vital to supporting member states in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and implementing the 2030 Agenda. UNIDO's technical mandate is likewise indispensable in confronting the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Armenia reaffirms its steadfast support for UNIDO's mandate and for its efforts across all priority areas, including innovation, climate action, digitalization, technical assistance, and capacity building, each of which is central to realizing the SDGs. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. The next speaker on my list is Her Excellency, the Permanent Representative to UNIDO from Burkina Faso. Floor is yours.
Madame la Vice Présidente.
Thank you, Vice President. Burkina Faso.
The African Group and expresses is extending warm congratulations to Mr. Gerd Müller on his reappointment as Director General of UNIDO. DG Müller, this unanimous decision reflects the strong confidence of Member States in your leadership and in your unwavering commitment to strengthening UNIDO's role in advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Burkina Faso reaffirms its continued support to you and look forward to working closely in advancing our shared objectives. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. The next speaker on my list is Her Excellency, the Permanent Representative to UNIDO from Peru. Excellency, floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Director General Gerd Müller, allow me to commend you on behalf of the Peruvian government upon your re-election. We trust that your first term already served to pave a sustainable and lasting path in order to consolidate UNIDO's leadership within the United Nations system, to promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization in keeping with the Sustainable Development Goal 9. We prize your openness to dialogue with member states and restate the call to continue redoubling efforts in order to meet the challenges and address the difficulties of all developing countries, and without leaving behind the middle-income countries, and particularly the countries of the Latin American and Caribbean region. We firmly believe that working together, we will be able to make significant progress towards a more prosperous, equitable, and inclusive future for all. Know that you can count on my country's full readiness to continue working towards achieving practical and concrete problems to the key global challenges that we face, in particular meeting SDG 9. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. Next speaker on the list of speakers is His Excellency, the Permanent Representative to UNIDO from India. Floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you, Chair. Let me begin by congratulating His Excellency Minister Al-Khurayev of Saudi Arabia on his election as President of the 21st General Conference of UNIDO and convey our fullest support for his work. I also wish to record our appreciation to Her Excellency Ambassador Deborah Lepre on her able stewardship of the last General Conference. On behalf of the Government of India, I extend warm congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his reappointment as Director General of UNIDO for a second four-year term. We assure India's full support to Dr. Müller in his tenure as Director General. With DG Müller's experience of one term, we believe there is an excellent opportunity to impart greater momentum and efficiency to the work of UNIDO. In doing so, we are confident that he will bear in mind the growing needs of the member states, especially those of the Global South, and help them adapt and navigate a rapidly changing global industrial landscape. We also hope to see sustained focus on achieving the core mandates of the organization, upgrading its technical capabilities, timely implementation of projects, and needed transparency. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your contribution. Next on my list is Hungary. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Hungary warmly welcomes the decision by the General Conference to re-elect Director General Müller. We appreciate the able leadership of Director Gerd Müller in the period of serious security challenges, global pandemics, and climate change. UNIDO is successfully fighting to increase the efficiency of the organization. During the first time of Dr. Müller's leadership, a fruitful cooperation between UNIDO and Hungary had been deepened, and we are looking forward to explore further opportunities for cooperation. The decision of the General Conference demonstrates the trust and support of UNIDO member states for the work of the Director General and ensure continuity during these challenging times. I take the opportunity to reaffirm Hungary's continued strong commitment to the important work of UNIDO. Congratulations, Director General. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam, for your statement. Next on my list of speakers is His Excellency, the Permanent Representative to UNIDO from South Africa. Excellency, you have the floor.
Chairperson, South Africa congratulates Dr. Gerd Müller on his re-election and further expresses our full support and appreciation. It is our wish that in this decade of the fourth industrial development decade for Africa, concrete action and progress is made with less talk, but with more implementation. We trust that DG Müller and his team will do more and also incorporate the outcomes of the successful G20 summit and its declaration adopted in Johannesburg just yesterday. We commend the DG for the diligent work in his first mandate, especially in raising resources against all odds. All the best, DG.
Thank you for your contribution. The next speaker on my list is Mexico. The floor is yours, sir.
Gracias, señora. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Mexico congratulates Mr. Gerd Müller on his reappointment as the Director of UNIDO for a second four-year term. Mexico recognizes the work accomplished by the Director during his 4 years at the helm of the organization in particular, because he was able to identify, mobilize, and indeed attract more extra budgetary financial resources for technical cooperation projects. We hope that over the next 4 years to come, UNIDO will be able to maintain this current level. On this point, we wish to restate what the main bodies of UNIDO have stated since 2005, focusing attention on all parts of the world which are lagging behind in industrial development, that the Director General be able to reaffirm support for the regional program for the Latin American and Caribbean region, known as PRANIC, and in 2026, that this be implemented in order to consolidate the organization's efforts in our region. In the same vein, we hope that in 2029, the General Conference will commemorate and be able to celebrate the fact that this regional plan has become a success. Madam Vice President, distinguished delegates, on my behalf, the Permanent Mission of Mexico in Vienna wishes to commend Director General Gerd Müller and wishes him the best of success as he takes up his new term. Thank you.
For your contribution. The next speaker on my list of speakers is the delegation of Korea. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, President and Vice President. First, Korea delegation is happy to join others in congratulating Mr. Gerd Müller on his re-election as the Director General of UNIDO. His new mandate comes at a critical juncture when the global development cooperation landscape is becoming more challenging. Nevertheless, its need and the value never been clearer. We are confident that under his able leadership, UNIDO will continue to deliver meaningful impact while responding to modern demand for more streamlined process and equitable representation. As a founding member and a responsible donor of UNIDO, the Republic of Korea will remain a committed partner in the 4 years of his journey ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. The next delegation inscribed in the list of speakers is from Pakistan. You have the floor, sir. Can I invite the delegation from Pakistan to take the floor?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. On behalf of the Government of Pakistan, allow me to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Gerd Muller on his re-election for the second term. Pakistan has proudly supported DG Muller and his agenda, that is, Industry for Development. This election truly signifies the trust bestowed upon the Director General by the UNIDO member states. Under DG Muller's able leadership, UNIDO has witnessed a new dawn, the 25% plus increase in technical cooperation and focus on new and advanced industrial technologies, digital transformation, and use of AI and green technologies have created numerous pathways of cooperation besides bridging the gap between developed and the developing world. While UNIDO continues to work on normative industrial policy, the apt priorities including food security, zero hunger, no poverty, job creation, sustainable supply chains, and climate action are needed for the contemporary era. We attach great importance to DG Muller's next term in office. We wish him all the best, and DG Muller can always count on Pakistan's support in further strengthening and advancing our common agenda, that is industry for development and inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We also wish to congratulate His Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim and members of his bureau. And we also wish to thank His Excellency Deborah Lepre and members of her bureau for their excellent work. In the end, I would congratulate DG Muller again and wish him all the best. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. The next speaker on my list is Her Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Honduras to UNIDO. Excellency, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Honduras congratulates Mr. Gerd Muller upon his re-election and expresses its acknowledgement for the efforts undertaken over the past 4 years. In turn, we continue to encourage him to sustain these efforts in support of inclusive and sustainable industrial development among all member states. My country welcomes the efforts that have been made, as well as the commitment of the Director General in order to bring the organization's actions closer to the priorities of nations, leading to greater visibility of UNIDO's work, and underscores the need to further develop industrial development through knowledge transfer and technical cooperation. Director General, Honduras trusts that through your re-election, you will continue to deepen ties of cooperation with regional programs in keeping with the priorities that have been previously identified for our region. Nationally, we restate our commitment to the implementation of the Program for Country Partnerships and the industrial policy that has been developed based on an inclusive and participatory approach, bringing together the public sector, the government, and academia. We encourage the Director General to continue promoting strategic partnerships with the private sector and with financing for development organizations in order to thus progress towards sustainable development with a gender approach. Finally, please know, Director General, that you can count on my country's full support for the fulfillment of your mandate and for the further promotion of inclusive and sustainable industrial development for the benefit of all member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. The next delegation that wishes to speak is His Excellency, the Permanent Representative to UNIDO from Libya. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Your Excellency Gerd Müller, the Director General of UNIDO. It is my pleasure on behalf of Libya to congratulate you and to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this international high-level conference. We would like to thank Saudi Arabia for their excellent preparation. I would like to congratulate Dr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khuraif as the president for this 21st session of UNIDO General Conference, and we are sure that under his guidance, we will be able to achieve further industrial development. I would like to congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller for his reappointment as DJ for UNIDO. This is a testimony of the confidence that all member states have in him as a result of his excellent achievements in the service of industrial development throughout the world. Libya confirms and reaffirms our commitment to work with UNIDO to achieve industrial development and innovation. We believe that you will continue to enable developing countries to achieve their industrial development in a fair manner. We wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. And the last speaker on this list, on the list of speakers under this agenda item, is His Excellency, the Permanent Representative to UNIDO from Germany. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Let me join and conclude this round of congratulations by saying that the German delegation feels honored by the confirmation of Dr. Gerd Müller's second term as Director General of UNIDO. We appreciate the trust and support placed in our candidate by the member states, which was also reflected in the endorsement by the European Union. We feel that this trust is clearly based on Dr. Müller's achievements during his first term. And we are sure this trust will not be disappointed. Dr. Gerd Müller will be a Director General for all member states. He will lead UNIDO in a spirit of cooperation, dialogue, mutual respect, participation, and innovation. Colleagues, we all know in recent years the global playing field has not become easier with the challenges of a multitude of crises. But UNIDO management has kept UNIDO on course. It has adapted to new circumstances, for example, through an enhanced international presence, through increasing volumes of voluntary donor funds and more project implementation in the field. We are convinced that UNIDO will keep on contributing to setting standards and ambitions in the world, with a focus on inclusive and sustainable industrial development in the spirit of SDG 9, the creation of decent jobs, environmentally sound and energy-saving industrial production, the deceleration of climate change, and enhanced and sustained cooperation with the private sector. UNIDO has the worldwide experience, it has our trust, and it has the ambition. Thank you, Dr. Müller, und viel Glück.
Thank you for your contribution. I have been informed that we have one more speaker on the list, and this is Her Excellency, the Permanent Representative to UNIDO from Tanzania. The floor is yours, Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The United Republic of Tanzania congratulates His Excellency Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khuraif, Minister of Industry and Minerals Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on his election as President of the 21st session of the UNIDO's General Conference. I wish to assure him Tanzania's full support in fulfilling his mandate.
Thank you for your contribution.
I also
sorry, Namin.
I also commend the outgoing President Her Excellency Ms. Deborah Lepre, Permanent Representative of Italy and our dear sister, for the outstanding work done during the 20th session of UNIDO's General Conference. Tanzania welcomes and congratulates Dr. Gerd Muller on his reappointment as UNIDO's Director General for the second term. For the last 4 years, Dr. Gerd Muller has provided excellent and exemplary leadership in steering UNIDO's mandate. His reappointment is a clear testimony of the trust by the member states on his leadership and strong and unwavering commitment. Tanzania is confident he will continue to guide the work of UNIDO in the aspirations and best interests of all member states. During this next tenure, Tanzania looks forward to working closely with him and with UNIDO in moving forward UNIDO's agenda. We wish you all the best, Dr. Mill. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. We have now exhausted the list of speakers, and I would like now to turn to the elected Director General and invite Mr. Müller to address the conference. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you, dear President, Excellencies. First of all, I would like to thank you all for your kind statements and the congratulations. That moves me and gives me more. That is power, and that motivates me more than ever to fulfill all your expectations for the next few years. But success is teamwork. Here with my team, the DDGs, managing directors, and the whole UNIDO staff. At this point, I would like to thank all the UNIDO staff, even to organize this really great opening ceremony. There's a lot of work behind, and that is really great. But even I thank you very much for your engagement, for your presence here in the conference. And we still have a very interesting, exciting program the next few hours. I invite you again, that is something new. We establish our new sustainability, One World Sustainability Award. So that is an award for the most excellent companies, business models in the world for sustainable production. You will see a very interesting presentation. We start at 6 o'clock here. And that is something like a symbol. UNIDO, we stay for sustainable production, a sustainable future, and one world. We are one world. Everything is interconnected. And look at these statements from all over the world. We combine it, we bring it together. That is partnership. We are one world. When you think about climate change, for example, so it starts in the industrialized countries, the G7. The G7 are responsible for 90% of the emissions, but 99% of all countries in the world are affected, and most affected are the ADCs and the developing countries. So we live in an interconnected world, one world, and therefore we need more solidarity and we need more global partnership. And therefore we are here. I underline my message again. I just had the chance to talk to Arabic banks and institutions here in Riyadh. That is a signal from the rich countries to the poor countries to do more, to invest more in development and in global solidarity, in knowledge and technology transfer. And that is a signal from UNIDO to the Arabic countries here in Riyadh. The Arabic countries, we would like to strengthen our cooperation the next few years. the doors are open for more cooperation, for more projects. And today, you know, we start with some concrete projects. I always in favor for concrete solutions. And as I mentioned this morning, I see the ambassador from Sudan. Yes, we are an organization for industrialization. In every country in the world, the young generation asks for jobs and income. So, but especially in developing countries, that is the basic question. And humanitarian aid. I think about Sudan. We start with 4 recovery projects. That is something new today. That is an offer, a question. We ask for support, for engagement to invest in our recovery projects in cooperation with Sudan. Sudan needs support with the Palestine people, with Syria and with Ukraine. And that would be great when we, after this, conference, assume that there is a real concrete result with investments in new projects, in further industrialization and recovery, especially in these 4 countries. But now, again, let me thank you so much for these inspiring speeches and for your inspiring statements here. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward now for the next program, and especially this award at 6 o'clock. And all ongoing, we have organized about 50 different side events. You know, that was in your interest. With the member states, we organized this specific, this investment and partnership day. We start tomorrow, and there especially we invite the private business partners, and then this specific day, empowerment of women in Riyadh, for the Arabic world. That is something very specific, the signal. In our own day, we talk about what is possible, empowerment of women in the whole world, equal rights. And the third specific thematic day is future generation. The youth, the young generation, they are not here already represented, but they are represented at our thematic day. The average age in Africa and in Latin American countries is about, in Africa, 20 years, in Latin American countries, 25 years. So that is the future generation, and therefore we organize and we will have this thematic day about generation future. So you are invited for participation. Thank you so much at this point.
Thank you very much, Director General, for these positive words and inspiring. We are looking forward to the events you have mentioned. Allow me to congratulate you once again on this important occasion of your re-election.
Thank you.
We have now concluded agenda item 6, appointment of the Director General. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, I now have the honor to open the general debate. As per established practice, delegates are urged to limit their interventions to a maximum of 10 minutes for groups and 5 minutes for member states. I now turn to the first speaker on my list, and this is His Excellency Mr. Erwin Ibrahimovic, the Deputy Prime Minister for International Relations and Minister for Foreign Affairs from Montenegro. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to begin by congratulating Mr. President and Mr. Director General on their election. We are confident that your leadership and vision will contribute to making UNIDO efficient and responsive to opportunity and challenges of today and tomorrow. We deeply appreciate UNIDO's long-standing and fruitful engagement in our region. Its efforts have contributed to strengthening our industrial capacities, deepening cooperation with the European market, and creating conditions for inclusive and sustainable development. Montenegro's internal and foreign policy goals are centered around our aspiration to join the European Union. The latest European Commission report, released only weeks ago, confirms that Montenegro is on track to realize this long-standing ambition. The report outlines the most positive assessment to date and reinforces our country's position as the next member state of the EU. However, we are clear-minded and fully aware that the EU membership is not a goal in itself. It is an opportunity to make the most of our current and future comparative advantages with increased resilience. Being a small country doesn't mean that the challenges and barriers to reform are small as well. Montenegro today is also grappling with the rise of cost of living, the deficiencies in the labour market, sector imbalances. We are making effort to address the issues of underinvested and inefficient transport infrastructure, fragmented regional market with the persistent barriers to trade, informal economy. By forging strong bilateral and multilateral partnership, including with UNIDO, we have managed to advance reforms, maintain a steady growth, and attract investment in key areas. Since the very beginning, we have recognized, embraced, and embedded the UN Sustainable Development Goals in our national development policies. In turn, these are being driven and supported by our advanced EU accession. The convergence of the EU and Sustainable Development agendas underpins our overall efforts to become more productive and innovative and diversify our economy. In order to succeed, we have to move as a society, keeping lockstep public and private sector, national and local levels, legislative, executive and judiciary branches of governance. In an effort to improve the competitiveness of our industry, our focus is placed on digital and green industrial transition, on growth of investment and long-term financing, on innovation of smart and sustainable industry, and on enhanced access to EU single market. We attach particular emphasis to the dialogue between the public and private sector and on relevant stakeholders. This enables the creation of the variety of supportive mechanisms to stimulate industrial activity and higher added value manufacturing. We particularly attach importance of innovation for energy efficiency in industry, modernizing production processes, introducing advanced technologies, reducing operational costs, and contributing to environmental protection. At the same time, we see great potential in female entrepreneurship and economic empowerment of women. Our priorities thus include providing greater access to financing for female-owned businesses. Excellencies, over the years, UNIDO has been a reliable partner in achieving our strategic goals. The ongoing projects in areas of tourism, energy efficiency, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions are fully compatible with our efforts in implementing the EU industrial policy. As we look ahead and our policy deliver, we remain confident that Montenegro will be able to increasingly contribute to UNIDO mission. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Deputy Prime Minister. And the next delegation who has asked for the floor is for His Excellency Mr. Eugene Osmocescu, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization from Moldova. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Excellencies, the Republic of Moldova, as in case of many countries in today's world, faces complex hybrid threats that challenge the economic resilience. Despite the global pressure, our country is determined to foster long-term stability, sustainable growth, and to contribute to international development. In this context, the cooperation between the Republic of Moldova and UNIDO and its member states represents a vital pillar of our national modernization efforts. Through the implementation of the Country Programme Framework 2019-2023, our partnership has expanded across a wide range of strategic areas: industrial competitiveness, innovation, entrepreneurship, and growth, promotion of cleaner production, energy efficiency, and the adoption of environmentally friendly technologies by enterprises, support for sustainable energy development by assisting national authorities in aligning renewable energy and energy efficiency policies with EU requirements, enhancement of the competitiveness of the livestock sector, facilitation of access to EU markets through comprehensive assessment and improvements of the national quality infrastructure, including standards, accreditation, and conformity assessment systems. Our dialogue and cooperation with UNIDO complements national efforts and provides valuable expertise in sectors essential to our country's economic competitiveness, such as industrial modernization, digitalization, energy efficiency, innovation, and the circular economy. These initiatives contribute to increased national productivity and support the alignment of our policies with the global standards and the Sustainable Development Goals. This partnership is also helping us to advance towards our European integration objectives. European integration of the Republic of Moldova is a priority number 0 for the country, and all the help which has been provided so far and will be provided within the framework of UNIDO relations of ours will help to adjust, will help to align and to comply with the acquis communautaire. The Republic of Moldova remains committed to contributing effectively to UNIDO's regional and global initiatives, sustainable industrial parks, artificial intelligence and advanced technologies, innovation and digital transformation, circular economy and green industrial growth, private sector development and investment facilitations. We are actively engaged in the implementation of policies and dedicated strategies for growing industrial sectors such as automotive, electronics, textiles, and agri-food, while promoting green and circular solutions. Decarbonization and energy-efficient technologies learned from cooperation with UNIDO, member states, international partners, and especially the European Union. In this sense, our country aims to support the global value chains. We are keen to continue to coordinate within the new Partnership Country Programme that we'll be signing rather in a short term with UNIDO, which will contribute to accelerate reforms. And in this sense, Moldova has to implement about 150 bold reforms in order to align completely with the European Union standards. As I was saying, priority number 0 for our country. Stimulate sustainable industrial development and reinforce the national capacity to overcome the emerging challenges, especially in terms of the hybrid war and hybrid attacks that we are facing during the last years. Finally, as we advance towards European membership, we remain determined to be a reliable partner of UNIDO, its member states, and to ensure that our cooperation delivers tangible benefits for our citizens and for the global economy. I shall thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for your statement, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister, and the next speaker on my list is the Minister for Foreign Affairs from Mongolia, and we are going to listen to a pre-recorded video message.
Mr. President, Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to address the opening of the 21st session of the UNIDO, General Conference and the Global Industry Summit, convened under the inspiring theme, the power of investment and partnerships to accelerate the SDGs. Allow me to express Mongolia's sincere appreciation to the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its generous hospitality in hosting this important gathering. I also congratulate the President of the conference and the newly elected members of the Bureau. We further extend our warm congratulations to Director General Gerd Müller on his reappointment, wish him every success and reaffirm Mongolia's steadfast support for his leadership. Mongolia fully associates itself with the statement to be delivered on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. In my national capacity, I would like to add the following remarks. We meet at a moment of profound global transformation. Our world is navigating intertwined challenges, from climate change and the energy transition to widening economic disparities and the dizzying pace of technological change. Yet within these headwinds lie opportunities of the reimagined industry to make it greener, more inclusive, and more resilient. Mongolia has been a proud member of UNIDO since 1985. Over nearly 4 decades, our partnership has grown in depth and impact. UNIDO has played a vital role in advancing cleaner production, energy efficiency, and industrial modernization in Mongolia. We are now working closely with UNIDO on a new country program that will provide a strategic framework for inclusive and sustainable industrial development, aligned with our national priorities. With a focus on investment, industrial infrastructure, and productive value chains, the program is expected to foster skills development, women's entrepreneurship, and the uptake of digital and innovative technologies across key sectors. Our long-term development policy, Vision 2050, sets a clear course for economic diversification, enhanced connectivity, and sustainable industrial growth. It prioritizes value-added industries, regional logistics, green technologies, and digital transformation. In parallel, Mongolia is aligning policies to support low-carbon industrialization and embed innovation and technology throughout our production systems. We highly value UNIDO's continued engagement and tangible results it delivers as Mongolia advances toward a low-carbon, knowledge-based, and inclusive economy. Inclusivity must remain at the heart of industrialization. Mongolia is committed to promoting gender equality and youth innovation through entrepreneurship, skills training, and improved access to finance, so that our economy offers opportunities for all. We commend UNIDO's global achievements, championing green and circular economy models, advancing digital industrialization, and empowering women and youth in industry. By forging strong partnerships among governments, business, and international organizations, and financial institutions, UNIDO has proven to be a powerful catalyst for sustainable growth. Distinguished colleagues, sustainable industrial development cannot succeed without robust collaboration. Investment and the partnership are therefore pivotal. We must broaden access to finance, technology, and capacity building, especially for developing and landlocked countries. UNIDO's convening power is indispensable in bridging these gaps and in promoting South-South and triangular cooperation. This General Conference is more than a forum for dialogue, it is a call for action. Let us use this gathering to deepen cooperation, share knowledge, and commit to practical initiatives that will shape a more sustainable and prosperous industrial future for all. Mongolia stands ready to work with all partners to advance this shared vision. I wish the conference every success and extend my best wishes for fruitful deliberations in Riyadh. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, Excellency Foreign Minister. This brings us to the group statements, and the first group inscribed in the list is G77 and China. The statement will be read out by His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Morocco to UNIDO. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, His Excellency Mr. Bandar ibn Ibrahim Khuraif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resource of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. At present, the global economy continues to encounter more difficulties, and achievement of the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is faced with multiple increasing and interlinked challenges, such as conflicts, natural resources, accessibility, and scarcity global debt crisis, decline in development financing, and impacts of climate change. In this regard, the group recognizes the unique role of UNIDO that play in addressing these challenges within the UN system through the realization of an inclusive and sustainable industrial development, and reaffirms the importance of UNIDO contribution toward accelerating the achievement of SDG 9, especially in developing countries. The group takes note of the medium-term program framework 2026-2029, a living document subject to further consultation with member states, and emphasizes that the strategic as well as the cross-cutting priorities shall be realized in accordance with the Constitution of UNIDO to implement in core mandate of supporting member states' interests and priorities related to inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The group underscores the great importance it attaches to all initiatives, activities, and programs implemented or planned by the organization, and emphasizes that this program shall aim at, among others, enhancing digitalization and innovation, increasing job opportunities, advancing economic competitiveness and market access, attaining food security, advancing fair, productive, resilient and sustainable supply chains, intensifying industrial localization, strengthening regional integration, safeguarding the environment. The group urges UNIDO to promote industrial diversification, which is fundamental to sustain economic growth and minimize the risk of over-reliance on just few sectors, especially in the context of global uncertainty. The group encourages UNIDO to strengthen and increase its work, focusing on expanding and adding value to agricultural production, processing, including through facilitating investment to build infrastructure and improve mechanization, technology adoption and modernization, improving access to finance, enhancing food processing technology and value addition, strengthening agricultural value chains, and reducing post-harvest losses. The group is convinced that the ubiquity of digital technologies and artificial intelligence can enable rapid transformation and accelerate progress in individual development. Furthermore, the group recognizes the importance of bridging the digital divide among nations and industries, ensuring that no one is left behind in the AIA revolution. The group urges UNIDO to continue giving special emphasis to support developing countries in this respect, including the Global Alliance on artificial intelligence for industry and manufacturing. The group supports UNIDO's strategy in tackling climate change and takes note of its action plan. The group welcomes UNIDO work to help developing countries in availing adequate, sustainable, and predictable financing, as well as in obtaining clean and innovative technologies in order to enable their participation in carbon markets, to boost affordable and just transition to renewable energy, and to provide a platform for investment, mobilization, and climate partnership, and to foster South-South, North-South, and triangular cooperation for the transfer, early adoption, and implementation of climate-related technologies and innovation in accordance with their national policies and priorities. The group expresses its grave concern regarding the introduction of environment and climate change-related trade restrictive measures, including border carbon taxes mechanism, which severely affect the smooth flow of industrial export of developing countries. In this regard, the group calls upon UNIDO to support developing countries in addressing such measures. The group reaffirms the benefits of integrating circular economy in national industrial policies in accordance with national plans and priorities. The group welcomes the activity undertaken by UNIDO to promote circular economy and to assist member states upon the request in developing and implementing their strategies in this regard, and requests UNIDO to increase these activities. The group emphasizes the importance of gender balance and gender equality and empowerment of women in line with national laws and within the context of ICSID, and in this regard, the group welcomes UNIDO programs and activities undertaken in the developing countries. The group encourages UNIDO, the Director General of UNIDO, to allocate sufficient resources to ensure the achievement of gender balance and the GEEW-related results and targets. The group urges UNIDO to remain resolute in developing concrete and results-oriented partnership with funding partners and recipient countries to effectively implement national programs, country programs, and the PCP, the Programme of Four-Country Partnerships. The group welcomes the call for the fourth industrial development decade for Africa and urges development partners and donors to support UNIDO-related activities, including building partnerships with the private and public sectors, donors, and United Nations and its specialized agencies, as well as all the relevant international and African organizations to contribute towards implementation of industrial development projects in Africa. The group echoes to call the middle-income countries for a more nuanced and multidimensional classification system moving beyond GDP, since such holistic system measurement would reflect a more accurate illustration of countries' development, hence enabling them and the international community to take effective climate action, share technology, and to provide access to finance. The group remains strongly convinced that upholding multilateralism, including supporting an effective United Nations development system, and avoiding the promulgation and imposition of unilateral coercive measures and protection actions on developing countries not in accordance with the international law and UN Charter is essential to improve solidarity and international cooperation framework, safeguard the legitimate interest of all member states, and reinforce capabilities to attain the sustainable development goals. The group underscores that trade and investment restrictive measures that undermine the global trade order and global supply chain diminish, unfortunately, the benefit of trade and weaken competitiveness, hamper the efforts of member states to diversify and modernize their industrial sectors, and negatively affect multilateral cooperation. The group welcomed the significant increase in resources mobilization and technical cooperation delivery in 2023 and 2024, reflecting UNIDO increased contribution, attainment of national industrial-related objectives, particularly in developing countries, and donor-sustained confidence in UNIDO capacity to drive sustainable development. In this regard, the G77 and China notes that there is an increasing cash balance of technical cooperation which augurs well for the organization's future implementation. The group takes note of the proposed program on budget 2026-2027 and welcomes the adjustment made to the initial program and budget proposal, resulting in the recommendation to adopt a zero real growth budget without sacrificing the quality of service delivered, particularly in the area of technical cooperation. The group acknowledges the efforts regarding the establishment of many new and updated partnerships with the private sector, facilitating collaboration, availing knowledge sharing, transfer of technology and resource mobilization for impactful projects, and underscores the significance of public-private cooperation in advancing sustainable development goals. We also encourage UNIDO to continue the strengthening partnership, cooperation, knowledge sharing, and transfer of technology through North-South, South-South, and triangular cooperation. The group takes note of the report of the external auditor for 2023-2024, as well as the internal oversight reports. The group welcomes in this regard the acknowledgement by the Director General of the finding of the external auditor reports and takes note of the progress in implementing the recommendation and the management action plan since the 53rd session of the IDB. The group strongly urges UNIDO to strengthen its effort to improve its rate of compliance with the recommendation of external auditor to carry out all the external and internal auditor recommendation and to continue reporting to the member states on this matter. We look forward to continuous improvement of the organization, operation, and the sound management of its resources. The group reiterates its long-standing request for improvement in the equitable geographical distribution of UNIDO personnel, especially at senior and management levels. The group believes that the equitable distribution is essential to reflect the diversity of member states and to foster greater inclusion. The group requests the Director General to provide at the earliest a progress report on this matter. In closing, the group of G77 and China is confident that this conference will provide us with the opportunity for a constructive and productive discussion that address the main challenges of the organization in fostering inclusive and sustainable industrial development in member states, especially developing countries. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your statement, Excellency. The next speaker on my list is the African Group, and this statement will be read out by His Excellency, the Permanent Representative to UNIDO from Côte d'Ivoire. Floor is yours, Excellency.
The African Group aligns itself with the statement delivered by His Excellency Ambassador Azzedine Farhan, Permanent Representative of Morocco, on behalf of the group of G77 plus China. The African Group expresses its appreciation to Director General Gerd Müller for both his opening address, which highlights crucial activities undertaken by UNIDO to deliver on its mandate of promoting inclusive, sustainable industrial development, as well as its vision regarding the future of the organization. The group urges UNIDO to remain resolute in developing concrete and result-oriented partnership with funding partners and recipient countries to effectively implement national programs, countries' programs, and programs for countries' partnership. The group welcomes the PCPs as UNIDO's innovative models for accelerating inclusive and sustainable industrial development in member states, while taking into account their industrial-related needs and priorities, with a specific emphasis on local value addition and strengthening value chain for strategic agriculture and mineral commodities. The African Group also recognizes that the Green Industrial Recovery Program, based on the UNIDO strategy for post-conflict crisis situation, serves as a powerful model, leveraging UNIDO's technical know-how to restore livelihoods, strengthen employability, support environmental sustainability, and build resilient communities out of one that have been affected by crisis and conflict. The group further calls on UNIDO to intensify its support for the development of agro-industrial parks and competitive economic poles across the continent, recognizing their potential to attract investment, create industrial clusters, and decentralize economic activities in line with national development framework. In this context, the group highlights the importance of strengthening agro-processing capacity, improving post-harvest infrastructure, and supporting MSMS flow transfer technology, innovation, access to finance, and expanded market opportunities, as emphasized by several member states. The group takes note of a report of the implementation of the UNIDO strategy for Africa 2023-2025 and welcomes significant progress, including the management of 406 projects with a release budget of $5 million between January 2023 and August 2025. The group also calls for the full operationalization of the Program for Accelerated Industrialization Development in Africa as a flagship continental framework to deepen regional ownership and address challenges such as financing constraints. The group recognizes the transformative potential for the advanced technologies for Africa's industrialization. In this regard, the group welcomes the implementation of initiatives such as the Alliance for Industry 4.0 and Smart Manufacturing in Africa, and the Global Alliance for Artificial Intelligence for Industries and Manufacturing as concrete steps in the right direction. However, the group is concerned about the growing of artificial intelligence divide. To bridge this gap, the group calls for a significant scaling up of UNIDO support to establish centers of excellences and intelligence manufacturing hubs across Africa. The group underscores that such support must go beyond technology transfer to include building robust local digital ecosystems, developing future-proof skills, and fostering policy environments that encourage innovation, including the expansion of technical and vocational training programs aligned with industrial and technological needs, particularly for women and youth. The group expresses its concern regarding the introduction of environmental and climate change-related trade restrictive measures, including border carbon taxes mechanism, which severely affect the smooth flow of industrial exports of developing countries. In this regard, the group calls upon UNIDO to support developing countries in addressing such measures. The group emphasizes the importance of promoting circular economy models and sustainable mineral value chain. In this regard, the group welcomes the expansion of the global eco-industrial park program across Africa, which promotes exchange of good practices among participating countries with the aim of strengthening policies, park management capacities, and related reform. In this context, the group welcomes the convening of the 11th Ministerial Conference of LDCs in Riyadh as a pivotal milestone and highly appreciates its endorsement for the implementation plan with a view of galvanizing the political and financial commitment necessary to translate those strategic goals into concrete, impactful action on the ground by 2031. The group takes note of the medium-term program framework 2026-2029 and emphasizes that the strategic as well as the cross-cutting priorities shall be implemented in line with its core mandate of supporting member state interests and priorities related to inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The group emphasized the importance of aligning IDDA 4 with the upcoming medium-term program framework. The African Group fully supports the Director General's commitment to deliver technical cooperation up to 8 million during 2026-2027 biennium. The group acknowledges the report of the external auditor for 2023 and 2024, as well as the internal oversight report. The group welcomes in this regard the acknowledgement by the Director General of the funding of the external auditor report and takes note of the progress in implementing the recommendation and the management action plan since the 53rd session of the Industrial Development Board. The group strongly urges UNIDO to strengthen its effort to improve its rate of compliance with the recommendation of the external auditor, to carry out all the external and internal auditors' recommendations, and to continue reporting to the member state on the matters. In this regard, the groups welcome the reappointment of the Accountability State Authority of Egypt for the position of a UNIDO external auditor. The group expresses its concern that 40% of UNIDO staff are from one regional group, and that 35% of the newly recruited staff in 2024 come from the same regional group. We stress the need to strengthen the diversity across the organization, with a particular emphasis on improving representation for underdeveloped countries, groups, notably from Africa. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your contribution. The next speaker on my list is the European Union Head of Delegation. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. Albania, Armenia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, North Macedonia, the Republic of Moldova, Serbia and Ukraine align themselves with this statement. Madam President, we are gathered today in this magnificent venue in Riyadh for the 21st UNIDO General Conference. We commend the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for elevating this General Conference to the Global Industrial Summit. This highlights the importance of our discussions and the actions that will follow. Let me also congratulate our newly elected President, Minister Al-Khuraev, on his election, and also to thank the outgoing President, Ambassador Deborah Lepre, for her skillful stewardship of this General Conference over the past 2 years. The European Union and its member states warmly welcome the Riyadh Declaration. We commend the collaborative efforts behind this landmark statement, which underscores our shared commitment to advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We would also like to warmly congratulate the UNIDO Director General Gerd Müller on his reappointment. Congratulations, Director General. Under his leadership, we have seen impressive advancements, notably a 29% increase in technical cooperation delivery and a remarkable 102% increase in project funding, as stated in the annual report for 2024. We commend these efficiency gains and we encourage continued efforts. The European Union acknowledges the positive outcome of the 41st session of the Programme and Budget Committee and the 53rd Industrial Development Board concerning the 2026-2027 biannual budget, ensuring a solid financial basis for UNIDO, along with the interim decision allowing budget implementation flexibility. We also appreciate the development of the medium-term programme framework for 2026 to 2029 and encourage further progress with an integrated results and performance framework based on smart indicators. Madam President, the long-standing partnership between the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and the European Union has continually deepened and expanded, based on mutual understanding of the role that industry and the private sector play in creating wealth and quality employment. This collaboration is strengthened by the Global Gateway Strategy and the Team Europe initiative, showcasing joint efforts with the EU member states in promoting sustainable development and achieving SDGs worldwide. The Global Gateway addresses pressing global challenges from climate change to health systems and food security, aiming to bridge digital divides, enhance national, regional, and global supply chain resilience and competitive value chains, and advance circular economy with private sector support. With climate action at the forefront of global concerns, the European Union underlined the urgency of climate action at COP30 in Belém. We therefore strongly support UNIDO's climate change strategy and action plan. These initiatives are crucial for accelerating the transition to green industries, advancing the Paris Agreement goals, and fulfilling the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Collaborative efforts like the Global Green Industrial Dialogue in Vienna, in which the Director General of the European Commission's Director General for Climate Action, Kurt van der Berge, participated, as well as UNIDO's participation in the 2025 EU Industry Days in Poland, will be critical. Our commitment to decarbonization is compelling. The European Union has shown that our decarbonization model is also a growth model. This is demonstrated by the EU emissions trading system, the ETS, which has cut over 50% of emissions in sectors covered, which includes power and industry, while at the same time ensuring economic growth. It has generated over 250 billion euros in revenue, which we have reinvested in the clean transition, including the EU Innovation Fund. The upcoming Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, the CBAM, aims to prevent carbon leakage. Investments in clean energy are substantial, reaching 335 billion euros by 2025 and generating 1.8 million jobs, supported by over 40 bilateral clean transition partnerships. We also established a task force to support countries on carbon pricing. Madam President, a key focus for the European Union is gender equality. We commend UNIDO for ensuring 69% of its projects contribute to SDG 5. Gender equality is crucial for achieving inclusive societies, spurring innovation, and fostering sustainable development. Increased representation of women in senior management positions and adequate funding for the Division for Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment within UNIDO are indeed critical priorities. Madam President, our collaboration with UNIDO remains robust, with nearly 60 million euros in additional funding for 2024, marking a substantial increase from the previous year. In 2025, the EU supports 41 ongoing UNIDO projects worth a total of 368 million euros, essential for delivering on our shared priorities, which are to enhance SME competitiveness, promote circular economy, adopt digital technology, expand renewable energy solutions, and ensure food security through sustainable supply chains and agribusiness systems. Furthermore, several EU member states are among the top funding partners for UNIDO programs, as indicated in the 2024 report. They support landmark programs like the Advancing Climate Resilience and Transformation in African Coffee program. The European Union and UNIDO are dedicated to private sector development. This is evidenced by the recent Catfish project, which was presented in Vienna only recently. This project in Cambodia successfully leveraged private sector funding to bolster the post-harvest fishery sector, improve the regulatory framework, and contribute to food safety. The EU and UNIDO also focus on poverty alleviation and improving livelihoods for disadvantaged women, men, and young people, as evidenced by the successful implementation of the PAIDAR program, implemented in partnership with the government of Pakistan. Looking at Africa, the European Union celebrates this year its 25-year partnership with the African Union. At the African Union EU-Africa Summit and EU-Africa Business Forum in Luanda, in Angola, tomorrow, we aim to further bolster this cooperation, ensuring that our partnership enhances prosperity, peace, human capital development, and environmental sustainability. As Africa's major trading and investment partner, ODA and humanitarian aid provider, the European Union is committed to fostering ties based on shared values. The Global Gateway Africa-Europe Investment Package promises at least 150 billion euros in investments by 2030 to accelerate the green and digital transitions. Notably, the European Union supports the African Continental Free Trade Area through the Africa Trade Competitiveness and Market Access Programme implemented by UNIDO and ITC to advance regional integration and economic development. We also welcome UNIDO's active participation in the EU CELAC Summit and the Business Forum earlier this month in Colombia. We are exploring with them partnerships aimed at enhancing economic cooperation and investment in Latin America and the Caribbean, using the EU-LAC Global Gateway Investment Programme as a guiding framework. We invite you to visit our booth during this summit to learn about the EU-UNIDO partnership worldwide. Madam President, a strengthened UNIDO is vital to effectively support its member states in addressing global crises that threaten sustainable development. Gross violations of international law undermine the UN system, and in this context, the EU calls on all states to abide by their obligations and ensure the protection of civilians and industrial infrastructures in all conflicts. We support all credible efforts to contribute to the settlement of armed conflicts and wars of aggression, and recall with appreciation that only 8 months ago, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was hosting talks on a ceasefire in Ukraine. The European Union commends the Secretary-General's leadership in launching the UN-80 initiative. The European Union and its member states believe in the urgency of modernizing and improving the multilateral system and its effectiveness at country level, a belief anchored in our unwavering commitment to multilateralism. We expect full engagement by UNIDO in the UN-80 reform process, aiming for increased efficiency and effectiveness and to deliver as one at country level for maximum development impact. We look forward to deepen cooperation with UNIDO and its member states to achieve our shared vision of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the League of Arab States. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, Mr. Bandar ibn al-Khurayf, the Minister of Industry and Minerals in the sisterly Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We align ourselves with the statement of 77 and China delivered by the permanent representative of the Fraternal Kingdom of Morocco, and we would like to make the following remarks. As we meet today to take stock of our common efforts in industrial development and the achievement of the SDGs according to the 2030 agenda. These deliberations are not fruitful if we fail to pay attention to the continued catastrophic situation in the occupied Palestinian territory. This is due to the brutal, systematic practices by Israel, the occupying power, and a member in the organization. We reiterate our strong condemnation of the genocide committed by the Israeli occupation for 2 years in Gaza. According to the UN, this led to the martyrdom of 70,000 people, mostly women and children, while 180,000 were wounded. Moreover, over 2 million civilians have become internally displaced. This also included the destruction of the infrastructure, including the industrial enterprises. This led to the collapse of health, education, electricity, water, and sanitation services. We welcome the Sharm el-Sheikh summit in October 2025, which was hosted by Egypt and with a large participation from different parts of the world. We welcome the agreement reached in Sharm el-Sheikh to end the war in Gaza. We recall that the Emergency Arab Summit adopted a plan for early recovery and reconstruction in Gaza. We call on donors and international organizations to support this plan and to participate in the conference which will be convened in Egypt. In this regard, we take note of Mr. Mahler's efforts to mobilize the required finance and increase the budget dedicated to Gaza to strengthen technical cooperation program. This will help the recovery efforts and the reconstruction of the industrial infrastructure in Palestine. We call on all development partners to support these efforts. We believe that UNIDO's post-crisis strategy is central in achieving ISID. In this vein, we urge UNIDO to strengthen the implementation of its Action Plan 2021-2025 and develop a new one to collaborate with the member states and other agencies. This should be dedicated to supporting Arab countries which are in post-conflict situations in accordance to the needs and priorities of each member state by providing technical support and capacity building. We take note of the medium-term program framework 2026-2029. This represents the Director General's vision for the next 4 years. We support the 3 key priorities under the MTPF. These include supporting regional and international supply chains, food security, enhancing action, climate action, which will help industrialization. This will also assist with the achievement of 2030 Sustainable Agenda. It is important to strengthen the cooperation between Arab countries and UNIDO to maximize the benefits from the organization activities and capacities. We need to increase the number and quality of the projects implemented in the Arab countries in line now with the needs and priorities of such countries. This is particularly true in terms of providing advice in developing industrialization policies, supporting Arab countries in maximizing their benefit from their resources for the benefit of industrialization. It is also important to provide support in digitalization through using the 4.0 technology, promoting MSMEs and providing finance. We welcome the increased rate of technical support over the past years. We, however, note that this increase in technical cooperation programs directed to Arab countries does not match the overall delivery rate increase. We need for this to be taken into consideration the next years, and we look forward to the number of countries who are going to join the country program partnerships. we urge the Director General to implement more projects in agri-food business, food security, and promote industries, particularly with products that have high export potential. We welcome UNIDO's strategy on climate change, and we take note of the operational strategy. In this respect, it is important to convey the technology transfer to Arab countries and also building their capacities. We express our concern over imposing the taxes by some countries and economic blocks on products with heavy carbon content. This will negatively impact the industrial exports of Arab countries, and UNIDO needs to play a more vital role in supporting Arab countries in addressing these measures. We express our appreciation to UNIDO's support in helping member states for enhancing circular economy, and we call on the organization member states to increase their contributions for cleaner energy. Also, we need to strengthen UNIDO's initiatives in providing support to Arab countries, particularly in digitalization and innovation, to minimize the gap between developing and developed countries. We welcome the call for an International Day for Women in Industry. It is important to empower women generally and particularly in industrial development. It is key to provide support for industrial projects that are led by women and young people, including SMEs. We support the adoption of the program and budget, the budget and program by the organization for 2026-2027. We call on all the donors to increase their contributions to enable the organization respond to the needs of the member states. This will assist the achievement of ISID. We call on the Director General to explore new sources of finance, including contributions from non-conventional bilateral and multilateral sources. We need to reach out to the former members to rejoin the membership. We take note of the reports issued by the external auditors over the past 2 years and the Independent Advisory Committee. We take note also of the pledge by the Director General to implement the recommendations from these agencies. We reiterate our concern over the lack of equitable geographic distribution in terms of the employment within the organization, particularly in higher positions. We take note of the external auditor report that 40% of the staff are appointed from one geographic region, and 35% of the staff appointed in 2024 belong to that same group. In this respect, we also welcome the reappointment of Mr. Mohammed Al Faisal, the head of the Accountability State Authority, as an external auditor of the organization. It is important to implement the recommendations by the external auditor and other control agencies to contribute to the efficiency and effectiveness of the programs. In closing, we express our support for the Riyadh Declaration of the General Conference. This would be an expression of the collective will of the member states to work together towards ISID. We seize the opportunity to express our appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the government, and the people of Saudi Arabia for their hospitality.
On my list is Her Excellency the Minister of Local Development of Egypt. Minister, the floor is yours.
السيدة نائبة الرئيس.
Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset I would like to express my wholehearted gratitude to the Fraternal Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for organizing this important conference in collaboration with UNIDO, which is an important opportunity to address the most important developments in industrial development towards the achievement of sustainable development. In this regard, I would like to mention that the Arab Republic of Egypt aligns itself with the statements delivered on behalf of the Group of 77 and China, the African Group and the Arab Group, and we would like to make the following remarks in our national capacity. Developing countries are struggling with staggering challenges, especially in terms of international and regional conflicts that have adversely affected supply chains and led to an increase in global prices, in addition to the difficulties that impede access to the necessary funding, in addition to the technological and digital divide that disrupts competitiveness at the global level, especially due to climate change. UNIDO has a very important role in supporting developing countries towards industrial development, and Egypt appreciates its long-standing partnership with UNIDO that has witnessed a breakthrough under the leadership of Mr. Gerd Müller, the Director General of the UNIDO, as currently 21 projects are currently underway in Egypt in the value of more than $61 million. In addition to upcoming projects, Egypt looks forward to accelerating the implementation of the ongoing projects and exploring new ways to mobilize the necessary funding to implement all the targeted projects in the framework of the country partnership program that was signed in 2021, and this will contribute to the achievement of the Egyptian Vision 2030. Currently, Egypt witnesses accelerated growth in manufacturing and transformative industries, especially in textile, food industries, cement, petrochemicals, steel, as well as assembly of cars. In August 2024, His Excellency the President of the Republic launched an urgent plan for industrial development that aims to increase the contribution of industry in the GDP from 14% to 20%, and increases the contribution of green industries by 5%, in addition to expanding industrial jobs in the industrial sector from 3.7 to 7 million jobs in 2030. This comprehensive plan is underpinned by 7 main pillars. First, deepening local industrialization, expanding the base of industrial exportation, reviving and reopening the closed factories, and encouraging green industries. And in this regard, Egypt is keen to increase its cooperation with UNIDO as follows: mitigating the adverse effects of the restrictive measures related to climate change, including the border carbon taxes, enhancing competitive capacity of SMEs, and linking them to global supply chains, as well as accessibility to affordable and concessionable financing. Adopting new technology, encouraging the use of green hydrogen, and promoting circular economy, especially when it comes to the management of plastic waste, in addition to developing and building vocational capacities. Egypt takes note of the medium-term program framework 2026-2027, which includes the vision of the DG through the upcoming 4 years. And Egypt supports the 3 priorities, namely to support regional and global supply chains, achieving food security, and promoting climate action. Egypt also supports the adoption of the biennial budget of the UNIDO 2026-2027, and we also express our appreciation of the efforts made by the UNIDO under the leadership of Mr. Gerd Müller to increase technical cooperation. Egypt reiterates the importance of UNIDO giving more importance and attaching more importance to industrial development in Africa and the importance of harmonizing and aligning the policies of the UNIDO with the priorities of the African Union. Also, we welcome the launching of the IDDA-4, and we reiterate that we stand ready to provide any support required, especially through the triangular cooperation, which is an added value. Also, Egypt welcomes the efforts made by UNIDO to empower women in the sector of industry, and we commend the projects implemented by UNIDO in Egypt. Also, we support the call for celebrating 21st of April as an International Day of Women in Industry. While we gather here, the occupied Palestinian territories in the Gaza Strip continue to struggle and languish under the attacks and under the aggression, a matter that has totally destroyed the industrial infrastructure. And we look forward to finding an end to the war. And we, in this regard, and Egypt works towards the achievement and the implementation of the Arab Islamic Summit Plan for Reconstruction and Early Recovery of Gaza that was adopted in March 2025. And we call upon the DG of the UNIDO to mobilize the necessary funding and support towards this plan. And we call upon the development partners to support the UNIDO's efforts in this regard. In closing, I would like to reiterate my appreciation to Saudi Arabia for inviting us for this conference, and this attests to the importance attached by Saudi Arabia to the ISID according to its 2030 vision, wishing all prosperity for Saudi Arabia. Also, I would like to express my wishes to this conference to achieve success and to be able to address all the challenges in the context of industrial development, and we call for working in unison to achieve the aspirations of our nations. Thank you.
I have two more speakers on my list for today. First, I would like to invite His Excellency, the Minister of State, Minister of Hydrocarbons and Mines from Algeria. The floor is yours, Excellency.
In the name of God, the most compassionate, I would like to thank the Vice President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start off by congratulating His Excellency Bandar Ben Brahim Al Khorayev, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of Saudi Arabia, for assuming the presidency of this 21st session of UNIDO. And we would like to affirm him our full support under his presidency. I would also like to thank or to express our gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their excellent reception and hospitality. And we would like to congratulate you for the success in attracting this very important summit in Saudi Arabia. And thank you for all the facilities that you have availed to the participating delegations. We would like to thank Her Excellency Deborah Lepre, the permanent representative of Italy, and her team for all their efforts during her presidency in the previous session. We would also like to convey our gratitude to His Excellency the DG Gerd Müller for his excellent opening speech, and to UNIDO Secretariat for their excellent preparation and professional preparation for this meeting. We would like to align ourselves with the statements of the Group of 77 and China, the Africa Group, as well as the Arab Group. However, we would like to add the following comments in our personal national capacity. We would like to commend the efforts that are constantly exerted by UNIDO in order to improve and promote development in spite of the challenges, the complex challenges. And we would like to underline the role of UNIDO in promoting the industrial capacity of the member states and the ISID, as well as its dealing with international challenges. Under the leadership of His Excellency, our President, Mr. Abdel Majid Tebboune, we are undertaking a reformative path to diversify our economy and not to rely solely on oil. We would like to have a more balanced and sustainable economy, and that's why we are promoting development on the basis of the various axes and pillars of the SDGs, particularly the 9th SDG, by giving importance to the manufacturing industries, green economy, circular economy, development of the human capital, as well as building skills and capabilities for promising industrial sectors, including the SMEs, as well as focusing on transfer of technology and green technology, adopting renewable energy resources, particularly since we have the highest rate of sunshine in the world, which enables us to implement pioneering projects in this field. And this will enable us to continue to do so in the field of renewable energy, and we are fully committed to develop strategic partnerships with our European partners in the framework of the South H2 corridor for the production and exportation of green hydrogen, as well as the MedLink project between Algeria and Italy. These two projects are main buttresses in our national and international energy shift and transformation. And we support UNIDO's proposal to supervise South H2 corridor. We also have various partnership programs in the field of industrialization, green economy, provision of decent work, social and economic stability, and we look forward to further technical cooperation with UNIDO in line with our capabilities. And here we would like to express our full confidence in UNIDO's capability to overcome the challenges in order to execute those projects that we have agreed upon within the timeline. We have been keenly following the developments of UNIDO, and we believe that the financial stability of UNIDO is a common responsibility. That's why we call for adopting this an ambitious and realistic budgetary proposal, which would enable UNIDO to undertake its mandate to reach conclusive results. And we would like to focus on, or we would like to call upon the UNIDO to focus on buttressing ISID in the developing countries and international cooperation in the industrial sector. And we call upon all member states to pay their pledges in due time in order to continue the smooth operation of UNIDO. We also welcome the reform of the field offices network. As for women's role, given the fact that women are a pioneering actor in our economy, we have provided the constitutional and legal framework to enable women and to empower them politically by enabling women representation in the highest posts, and in order to encourage women inclusion in our economy by encouraging women entrepreneurs. We underline the fact that UNIDO programs should be in line with the African and LDC priorities while focusing on transfer of technology, building capabilities, digital transformation, renewable energy, and circular economy. And we have been very happy with IDDA 3 and look forward to IDDA 4 and in line with the African Union Agenda for 2063 when it comes to development and industrialization and creation of jobs for all. We have hosted a very special meeting for continental intra-trade in Africa 3 months ago. It was a full-fledged regional platform for industrialization and distribution, as well as industrial integration to build a bridge for economic integration amongst the countries of Africa. And we would like to take note of UNIDO's participation in that conference by a side event on green chain values or chains of value and the financing of sustainable industry, as well as other initiatives related to South cooperation. We are fully committed that integration and cooperation are the only ways to achieve common welfare. And that's why we have undertaken various African projects on the basis of our history and our solidarity spirit. We have decided through our president to allocate $1 billion for development projects through the International Aid Agency of Algeria. We believe that Africa's future is related to the capabilities of the African countries by improving their renaissance through innovation. And that's why we are ready to host the fourth version of the African Forum for New Institutions, which will be held from the 6th to the 8th of December. This would enable us to build on the African skills and provide appropriate environment for competitiveness. We are meeting while the Palestinian people, particularly in Gaza, are deprived of the minimum decency or minimum conditions of decent work, and given the full destruction of vital institutions and infrastructure. That's why we call upon the Director General of UNIDO to provide more attention to adopt more projects, urgent projects to serve the Palestinian people in line with the objectives of our institution. Thank you.
Excellency Minister, this brings us to the last speaker on my list for today, for this session. And I give the floor to His Excellency, the Minister of Industry and Trade from Morocco. Excellency Minister, the floor is yours.
In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. It is my honor to address this session on behalf of the Moroccan Kingdom. At the outset, allow me to extend my appreciation to the custodian of the holy sites, the King and His Royal Highness, the Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Prime Minister. We thank them for their hospitality and this excellent organization of the 21st session of the General Conference of UNIDO here in Riyadh. I would like also to express our appreciation to Mr. Gerd Muller, the DG of UNIDO, for his leadership and his firm commitment to advance ISID. Madam President, we are meeting at a critical juncture. The value chains are critically transforming. Climate change requires unprecedented innovation, while inequalities still pose a challenge to international coherence and solidarity. Against this backdrop, UNIDO helps countries in developing their transformative industries. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, under the wise leadership of the King of Morocco, the country has witnessed a stride in industrial field over the 2 decades. He gave instructions to advance manufacturing. The goal is to use industry as a driver for inclusive and sustainable development in Morocco under the wise leadership of the King. Today, this vision has become a tangible reality. Over the past decade, industrial production has doubled along with industrial products. The industry now provides jobs for over 2 million Moroccans. The automotive industry has an integration level of 69% and has a productive capacity of 1 million cars annually. Our target is to reach 2 million by 2030. As for the aviation and aerospace, we have developed engines for aircraft, strengthening our position in aviation and aerospace. We are one of the very few nations who have the capacity to develop aircraft engines. We have increased the land area dedicated to industry to over 1 million. This is distributed to across 175 regions across the kingdom. Accordingly, Morocco has become one of the most prominent platforms for manufacturing in Africa. It produces hundreds of thousands of productive components exported to over 180 countries. This reflects the excellent leadership of the industrial sector and our ability to move from resource-based capacity to innovation-based production. The industry strategy in Morocco is based on competencies. Women have the lead in engineering. Over half of the Moroccan engineers are women. And this is something we take great pride in. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our partnership with UNIDO has achieved tangible results in transformative industry in Morocco. Since 2019, the partnership program has developed priority areas with a focus on the competitiveness, promoting special and industrial zones, and promoting cleaner production. This laid the groundwork for the 4.0 industry. We are preparing to enter into a new era, as we're going to renew the partnership program until 2027. Our common aspiration is to scale up the impact of this project. We hope that we will expand into sustainable supply chains, decarbonization of industry, circular economy, and the sound management of water, as well as sustainable industrial zones and South-South cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, under the wise leadership of the King of Morocco, Africa becomes a strategic priority and a compass for our diplomacy. We never aimed at imposing certain model for collective cooperation, and we sought, however, to invest in the capacity building of the Africans. We are celebrating this progress and ambitions for tomorrow. And this is based on the royal vision which led Morocco since 1999. As the king said, we have to prepare for a new industrial age, underpinned by sovereignty, sustainability, and solidarity. Let's move ahead together as member states, citizens, and partners in this shared planet. This will ensure that these fruits are shared. Let's use our factories as drivers of opportunities and our cooperation as the foundation of peace and stability. Peace be upon you.
Thank you for your contribution, Excellency Minister. We have exhausted the list of speakers for today, for this plenary meeting. You are invited to join the launch of the thematic day on investment and partnership, the future of industrialization, artificial intelligence as a game changer, taking place tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. in this room and online. The plenary meeting will begin at 10 a.m., during which we will resume the general debate until 11:30 a.m., at which point we will turn to a side event focusing on reshaping global value chains, investment pathways for a new trade area. The first meeting of the main committee is also scheduled to take place at 1 p.m. in the main committee hall for the preparation of consensus draft decisions and resolutions for submission to the closing plenary for adoption. Finally, I invite you all to attend the UNIDO One World Sustainability Award ceremony, which will commence in a moment in this room. This will be directly followed by a reception hosted by the Director General and the President of the General Conference from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. at the exhibition of the conference. I encourage you to take part in both events, which promise to be truly inspiring moments of celebration and connection. I look forward to seeing many of you there. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you very much, the Sparks Trio. And innovation begins with such kind of creativity, and that spirit captures what tonight is all about, ideas that move the world forward. My name is Olaf, and I'm the co-host of the very first UNIDO One World Sustainability Awards.
Excellencies, delegates, distinguished guests, online viewers, Salam Alaikum. I am your awards co-host, Femi OK.
And you might think, what?
Well, I thank you. Applause so early. This is going to be a great award ceremony.
I'm sure about that. And you might think, wow, another award, there are so many out there, but this one is special because it's a really business award that honors entrepreneurs who drive solutions for sustainable development backed by the high technical expertise of an UN organization.
So let's take a look at what makes these sustainability awards so special. Take a look at the screen.
One goal, one world. That is what the 21st General Conference and the Global Industry Summit stand for. And both events wouldn't be possible without our host. So please welcome His Excellency Vice Minister Khalil bin Ibrahim bin Solomah for his opening remarks. Very welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's really a great pleasure to be at this place again today. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of our very unique opportunities, not only that we talk about what we want, but also recognize what we believe in. In the UNIDO One World Sustainability Award, we are honored to welcome you to Riyadh, and we take part in launching not only an award ceremony, but also the beginning of a global platform that will shape the future of sustainability industry for years to come. UNIDO has long championed the idea of industry can be both competitive and responsible. Tonight, these awards bring that vision to life. They remind us that profitability can stand side by side with sustainability, climate action, and social impact. They show that innovation is strongest when it serves people, protects our planet, and opens doors for generations that follow. This ceremony also reflects the spirit of Global Industry Summit, where we explore how investment and partnerships accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals. What we celebrate here aligns perfectly with the UNIDO mission, advancing fair and sustainable supply chain, enabling clean energy access, empowering women in industry, and supporting the innovators who push boundaries and redefine what is possible. This evening, we honor remarkable achievers across 4 categories: